Hello, everyone. Good evening, and a warm welcome to everyone present here. This is a game from the Winter Premier League, and we have NYM facing NAMO United. We have NYM facing Jivraj 9, and the news out there from the middle is that NYM have won the toss and they've elected to field first in these nice, sultry, cool conditions out there. The Jivraj openers, Deepak and Mayank, all in readiness with Deepak to take strike and Jay to kickstart proceedings with the ball. Here it is, the first ball of the contest. It's a nice start from both batsman and bowler. Eventually gathers, that's a close call, and he is gone. A run out of the very first delivery of the contest. Just when I was talking about the good start from the bat, because it was a good shot, mind you. He played that very well off his pads. As you can see, it's a good ball, a little straighter. He plays it nicely off his pads. He sets out quickly for a single. There were definitely two runs on there, and a little slow for the second run. And it is a very good throw straight on top of the stumps, and the keeper makes absolutely no mistake. So Deepak will have to walk. It is the first wicket down for Jivraj. It is 1 for 1 after the very first ball of the contest. Look at that once again. That's a very good shot. Unfortunate for Deepak though that he has to walk, and it was because of a run out. And probably the worst possible way to get out for any batsman is a run out, and for a team as well. If it's a good delivery, you edged and you're bowled or an LBW or a catch, that's not much of an issue. But a run out is definitely a cause for concern, and a run out on the first ball of your batting innings is always an issue. Ayush is the new batsman out there. Jay will definitely have a little more confidence after this ball. Even though if it is a run out, it's still a wicket in the wickets column, and that is what matters at the end of the day. There is a slip in place, and here comes Jay. Oh, that's a beautiful shot. That's an absolutely lovely stroke. And that is the first boundary of the innings. Beautiful stroke, this. Jay once again drifting slightly down the pads, and that is a sumptuous flick of his legs. Seen the ball, picked his spot very, very early into it, got into position very quickly, and that is a gorgeous looking flick. Brilliant way to get off the mark. Four from the moment he hit the ball. And it is Tosif who's the new batsman walking out. Good looking shot, but not enough timing on that. So that's a dot ball. Here's Jay bowling around the wicket, a swing and a miss. Close call indeed. The batter not really happy, asking the umpire for a wide, but that did not look wide. Was beaten all ends up. Ayush Jay bowling from around the wicket here. Ayush, that's called, that'll have to be wide. He'll have to bowl that one again. Straying way down the leg side with this particular delivery. So Jay will continue to bowl to Ayush from around the wicket, trying to get that match up with against the left-hander. Oh, he's played that again beautifully, opening that face of the bat, and it has enough legs to go to the boundary. Is it? No, they will come back for two. That's an excellent fielding effort out there in the deep. Certainly saved 2 runs for his side. But that again was a very, very beautiful looking shot from Ayush. He looks in the mood today. Opening the face of the bat at just the right time, had the right amount of timing, and it had to take two fielding efforts to stop that ball from going to the fence. Here is Ayush once again. Oh, he's played that one nicely too in the gap. Once again, a comfortable couple. So, a mixed first over, a balanced first over for both the batting and the bowling side. 10 for 1, Jivraj. We have Neil, who will bowl with the new ball from the other end, and Mayank for Jivraj 9 will take strike for the first time in this contest. He was watching the action unfold from the other end all this while. He will be in the thick of it now, as takes his time while the fielding side takes its own time to set the field. They want the field to be set perfectly. There is a deep cover in place. And here is Neil, all in readiness to bowl his first ball. Right arm over the wicket. Here we go. Neil bowling to Mayank. Starts off with a wide, well wide down the offside. Here is Neil to Mayank. He's played that off the back foot beautifully. But there is protection out there for this very shot. And he'll keep it down to a single. in the air, and that is gone all the way for 6. Brilliant shot this. Let's have a look at that once again. Again on the pads, and he has picked it off his hips wonderfully, and that has comfortably cleared the rope for 6. If there's one thing that both the bowlers would like to improve is their lengths. They're bowling a right line. They're bowling the right lengths. I'm sorry, they'll have to improve on their line because their line is a little too leg side based, and that is becoming easy pickings for the batsman. Again down the legs, and that is once again race to the fence for 4. This is turning out to be a pretty expensive over already to follow that 10 run over. Again, the same issue, bowling too leg side ish. Here, again drifting down the pads, and once again, all Ayush has to do is just flick it down his legs and get some bat on it. He's making full advantage of this, and Ayush is already blitzed past to 18 of just 7 deliveries. Standing well outside his crease here is Ayush. Again down the leg side, and that's been called a wide. And it's gone for 4 as well. So this is not a good start for Neil and for NYM with the ball. Neil has already given away 17 runs, including these 5 wides. And he's consistently bowling well down the leg side. If the batsman's not picking it, it's going for a wide. So this is not exactly what he had in mind. He'll have to get back. He'll have to bowl his lines right here. He'll have to find his range. Here he comes. Much better delivery, but that is once again gone. It's a drop catch. And that was a chance there. But because of the lights, he wasn't able to see it. Here is Neil once again. So again, a much better delivery straight to the fielder. So finally finding his length and line in the final 2 deliveries of the over. Nevertheless, it is still a pretty expensive over. 17 coming off it. Jivraj 9 after 2 overs are 27 for 1. New over starts off with the dot ball here. Does Mayank? Here is Mayank again. Tries to go for the sweep. Misses the connection. So runs continuing to flow for Namo United at the moment. Saurabh bowling to Ayush. An appeal, but not given by the umpire. Says it will go on to miss the stumps. Here is Saurabh bowling to Ayush. That's gone fine. And that's called a wide as well. So the extras and runs continuing to flow. Again, even the spinner this time going down the leg side, and the keeper unfortunate to not gather that cleanly. So this is a collective problem here for the bowling side. Again, 11 runs coming off it, and it's still 3 balls into the over. Again, down the leg side, and he swept that beautifully for 4. This is a mega start for Namo United. And Ayush particularly is going great guns at the moment. Here it is, Saurabh once again straying down the leg side, and that is a beautiful sweep shot. Absolute elegance personified by the southpaw. He's putting on a show here, and we are all spectators to it. He is raced off to 26 of just 12. And 15 runs already of this over. 42 the score now for Namo United. Better ball this. Trying to sneak in a quick single, but wasn't there to begin with. So this is a much better ball from Saurabh. But again, is it too late in the over to finally find his bearings? A similar scenario unfolded with Neil in the previous over. And this time, once again, picks his spot. And again, it races to the fence. That's another boundary, and another time the ball straying down the leg side. And that is beautifully hooked for 4. Finds the gap with precision. A one-legged hook shot there. Beautiful positioning, and picks the gap with surgical precision as the ball races to the boundary. So 3 overs gone. Namo United are galloping at the moment at 46 for 1. 19 runs coming off this over as well. 19 runs in the previous over. So the last 2 overs have given away 36 runs. Huge problem here for the NYM bowling attack. Somehow they will have to try to stop the flow of runs while also trying to sneak in a wicket or two in this situation. Here is Saurabh bowling to Ayush, and Ayush now takes the aerial route, and that is also found the fence, a couple of bounces, and that is gone, and that is the 50 up for Namo United. Beautiful lofted extra cover drive, gets into position quickly, perfect hand-eye coordination, and that races to the fence for 4. The runs are just flowing like a river at the moment. That's gone to the fence in double quick time. Lets that one go watchfully. Here is Mayank on strike. Oh, once again the aerial route, and this time he finds the fielder. So after a boundary, Mayank has to depart, and that is the second wicket down for Namo United. He was once again trying to go for that extra cover drive, which reaped him a boundary a couple of balls ago. But this time he gets the elevation, but he does not get the timing or the connection he was looking for. And that is a very, very simple catch to the fielder at mid-off. The ball was there to be hit, but it hit him a little higher on the bat. And that's a comfortable catch. Easy pickings there. So 2 wickets down. NAMO United are 50 for 2. Again, just when it was looking like NAMO United were running away with the contest with boundaries on boundaries after boundaries, somehow NYM have managed to get in a wicket and pull things back a bit. Navdeep is the new batsman walking out to the middle. The team, from a scoring point of view, is in a pretty good position. With 2 wickets down, you'd figure that a couple of wickets here would probably make a difference. Here is Neil trying to go for the expansive cut. Square of the wicket on the offside this time, but Navdeep just wasn't able to get the connection. Navdeep getting himself into the groove. He's a pretty tall man here, limbering himself up. Could this be a prelude to a big shot? He's made his intent clear with an aggressive shot at the very outset of his innings. Let's see what the second ball brings. Again, plays it a little bit in a circumspect manner, but reaches his ground comfortably. Will only be a single. So Navdeep gets off the mark. So Neil will bowl to Ayush now. Ayush is on a roll on one side. He's on 30 or 14 deliveries. He's scoring at a strike rate of well over 200. Currently standing outside his crease to negate any late movement or anything like that. Here is Neil to Ayush. Beautiful pickup shot that. Couple of bounces to the rope, and Ayush is on an absolute trailblazing run at the moment. Once again, picks this up very early, gets into position quickly, and finds that empty pocket of space square of the wicket on the leg side. Beautiful pickup shot. Once again, the balance on that shot was something you need to have a look at once again. Perfect balance, perfect timing. And that is the end of the fourth over. NAMO United are 55 for 2. So after 3 overs of non-stop run scoring, we're finally seeing a lull and the NYM bowlers pulling things back just a bit. It's a good start to this over from Jay. Just a wide and a couple of dot balls to begin with. And with the new batsman Navdeep taking his time to settle out there in the middle, this is the perfect opportunity for them to sneak in a quiet over. That is well wide. It's getting good bounce. Can't deny the bounce and carry that Jay is getting off his bowling. If he manages to get his line and length right, it would be a potent combination. Because no matter how tall of a man you are, if it's a well directed bouncer, it is always difficult for a batsman to get underneath it and manufacture the shot that he's looking for. Here is Jay bowling to Navdeep. That's a much better delivery there. Prods it down the leg side, will be a single. So 3 runs coming off this over in the first 3 deliveries. Close 2 wides. Here is Jay bowling to Ayush. Again straying down the leg side, but this time there was a flick of a pad involved. The batsman not happy, but the umpire has already given his decision. So can't do much about that. It's given a dot ball. It's been a comparatively good over this from Jay. He's given away just 3 runs, 2 more balls to go. He'd like to finish the over strongly, preferably with a wicket, but the dot balls won't hurt either. That's called a dead ball. Ayush wasn't ready. He just managed to get his bat on at the last minute, like he's gesturing to the wicketkeeper behind him that he wasn't ready to face the delivery. Here is Jay bowling around the wicket. Good looking shot. Oh, he's found the gap. And that's racing away to the fence for a boundary. Beautiful cover drive this time. Beautiful cricket this from Ayush. There, the ball was there to be hit, and he opens the face of the bat. Beautiful follow through of the shot, and he finds that gap to perfection between those two fielders. Lovely shot. We're coming to a point, folks, where I am running out of superlatives to describe Ayush's batting out there in the middle because he is currently looking like $1 million out there. Another beautiful shot, but this time straight to the fielder. So it's the end of the over. Still a good over if you consider the context. Just 7 runs coming off it despite the boundary. So 5 overs gone. NAMO United are 62 for 2. And we have a bowling change here. Irfan has been given the responsibility of bowling the final over of the power play. NAMO United are cruising along with a run rate of 12.4 at the moment despite losing 2 wickets. Ayush out there looking like $1 million on 38 of 18, and Navdeep who's just made his way out to the middle, has faced 5 balls for his 2 runs. There's a swing and a miss from Navdeep. So back-to-back dot deliveries here for Irfan. Started off nicely. He like to finish off the same way, and Navdeep now entering into that territory where you will classify his innings as a struggle. 2 of 7. That's once again well bowled, but this time he finds the gap with a brilliant shot, and that will definitely do his confidence a world of good. Beautifully bowled, plays it off the back foot at the very last minute, and he finds the gap brilliantly. Beautiful maneuvering of that shot to get it across those two fielders, and that will definitely help him to pick some speed up in his innings, which was up until this point struggling for fluency. He moves on to 6. The score moves on to 66, and we are into over number 6. There is Irfan bowling, and that this time was looking for a quick single. There was Navdeep. Wouldn't be getting that. Again, another big swing and a miss from Navdeep. So Navdeep trying to do a lot. He's trying to be aggressive. He's trying to take charge of the situation here, but it's not working for him at this point, and it's not in his favor. So maybe right here, what this situation demands is probably a change in his game plan. He's trying to be the aggressor so that runs come from both ends. But again, this has been a very good over for Irfan under the circumstances that given this the final over of the power play, he's bowled exceedingly well. Here it is, the final ball of the power play, and he plays a forward defensive stroke to end it. So this is a nice little comeback by NYM. After going for 46 runs in the first 3 overs of the power play, they have pulled things back slightly with only 20 runs conceded in the next 3. 6 overs gone. NAMO United are 66 for 2. Navdeep currently batting on 6 of 11, and Ayush on the other end is the batsman who is on strike and who's the man in form with 38 of 18. Here is Saurabh, who's been introduced back into the attack. Very, very expensive first over, went for 19 runs. He will definitely have his work cut out now, as the field restrictions have spread, which means that there will be. So the fielders out in the deep are a long on, a long off, a deep mid wicket, a deep point, and Saurabh has brought in a slip. Very, very interesting field placement this. Let's see what does Saurabh have up in his sleeve. He will be bowling to Ayush, who took him to that took him to the cleaners with some beautiful shot making in that over. Picks that nicely in the gap, and that is cut out by the fielder there, so will only be a single. Sort of starting his second over with a ball that was a little too wide outside the off stump and on that half volley length. be easy pickings for Ayush had there not been a fielder who was there for the very same reason to cut out that boundary, to cut off that scoring avenue. So Saurabh now bowling to Navdeep, who is the comparatively newer batsman. However, there's not a lot of difference between the two batsmen in terms of the number of balls that they've faced. With Navdeep facing 11 and Ayush already facing 19, so not a lot of difference between the two. Gets away with that one, does Saurabh. Very lucky, not get runs scored off it. Just trying to work it down to that fine leg boundary. So Navdeep now struggling a bit. Again, tried to sweep that one, but once again did not get any sort of bat on it. Again, this one keeping low at the moment, so Saurabh also pulling things back. And Navdeep now definitely struggling for fluency at the moment on 6 of 14. And that has brought his partner Ayush down to the middle to just give him a quiet word of encouragement, because Navdeep clearly trying to force the issue here despite his lack of success in that regard. Plays it late again, no run conceded. So an excellent over this from Saurabh to pull things back. Just a single, and that was the last thing that they required. Casual bit of fielding gives them the single, helps them to rotate the strike. That was not required from NYM. They had, oh, actually, that will not be counted as a single. They've gone back. Ball had been dead by that time. So Navdeep will indeed be facing. So eventually gets a single. So just 2 runs coming off the over. 7 overs gone. NAMO United are 68 for 2. So 7 overs gone. NAMO United 68 for 2 at the moment. After a rollicking start, things have seemed to calm down a bit. However, they would like to increase the acceleration to their score. And we have Irfan, who will be bowling his second over. His first over went for just 4 runs, and he'd like to continue to pull things back. Oh, starts off with a nice sharp delivery. They are well and truly putting the pressure here on Navdeep, and they wouldn't mind with Navdeep being on strike as long as possible, because he's just not able to get any sort of bat on ball at the moment, and he's struggling for fluency, he's struggling for timing. 7 of 17 his innings. Again, going for that slog sweep, but nowhere near the ideal connection. Will only be a single. However, the positive out of this one is that he's finally brought Ayush back on strike. What Navdeep's innings has done is that Ayush has not been able to face enough deliveries in the last couple of overs. And that will definitely have an impact in breaking the momentum of the batsman who's currently looking really good. Let's hope for Naman United's sake that Ayush is still firing on all cylinders, because momentum is a very fickle thing in the game of cricket. Any change in momentum would definitely have an impact here. Let's have a look. Oh, he's picked that one nicely, but there is a fielder there. This is very, very good attacking field placement from NYM, blocking all those scoring avenues that Ayush was getting the runs from in the power play. Oh, that will be called a wide. Surely be called a wide, and it is called a wide. So you'll have to bowl that one again. So Irfan also pulling things back rather nicely. Good looking drive, but this time to the fielder there at cover. So this phase of play has been a pretty good phase of play as far as the fielding side is concerned. They've managed to stifle the scoring, and that's in the air. Bowler coming underneath it and almost manages to get a hand to it. Very, very good effort by the bowler there. Unfortunate that he could not get his hands to it. Ayush, the pressure finally taking a toll on him, was trying to go for the big shot. And the bowler agonizingly short, but a very good effort nonetheless. Ayush had to reach out for that one, bowled it just a little wide out of his hitting arc. Lucky to see the ball fall safe. So again, just 3 runs coming off this over. They're pulling things back rather nicely at this moment. And Navdeep on strike now. Oh, beautiful delivery to finish the over. 3 runs off it, just three. So back to back good overs now. 8 overs gone. NAMO United are 71 for 2. Here is Saurabh back into the attack. And Ayush on strike. It's a dot ball. Saurav has come back rather nicely from the tap that he took in the first over. Slip comes in for Saurabh. Bowling to Ayush at the moment. Try to play the late cut. That's a quick single, a little bit of a misfield, and will only be a single, so not much damage off that misfield. So Saurabh will bowl to Navdeep now, and this is the batsman that they'd want to bowl at. Oh, he's picked the bones out of that. That's gone for six. That's absolutely gone into orbit. Finally, Saurav gets one off the middle of the bat, and how? He connected that sweetly from the moment it hit the bat. His long levers combining to devastating effect at this particular delivery. Yeah, goes full-blooded hoik. And Saurabh knew it from the moment it hit the bat that that is going for six. So a much needed boundary not only for Navdeep but also for NAMO United, where the score was coming down to a trickle. So there's a little bit of a delay, and finally the ball is back after a brief search. That shot will definitely do a world of good for Navdeep's confidence, which was flailing up until this particular delivery. That ball coming out of the middle of his bat will obviously give a huge sigh of relief for a batter who up until that point was struggling for fluency. Oh, he's picked that one, but not as cleanly as the previous delivery. So we'll settle for a single at this point. Eight runs coming off the four balls so far, and Ayush is back on strike. Oh, full toss. Ayush disappointed that he didn't get enough. It'll only be a single. That was a nice, juicy full toss that was offered for Ayush. Vira, the unfortunate. Finally, last ball of this over. Nine coming off it, and it'll be nine. So nine overs gone. NAMO United are 80 for 2. A bowling change introduced into the attack here. It's Karan who will be bowling his first over, and it'll be Ayush on strike. So this is a very disciplined effort from the NYM bowlers. 46 for 1 after 3 overs. The 6 overs after that, they've only given away 34 runs. Oh, he's picked that one nicely. One bounce, well fielded there. Will only be a single. So 81 for 2, the score currently for NAMO United. It's not a bad score at all. However, with the way that they started, NAMO United would have definitely wanted at least 15 to 20 more runs at this point. They would have been 15, they would have liked it if they were 15 to 20 runs better off at this stage. Because there has been a gradual reduction in their scoring rate. It was 46 for 1 after 3 overs, mind you. Oh, he's picked that one as well. Has he got enough? You bet he has. So back to back big sixes in consecutive overs for Navdeep. And you sense the momentum has turned into his favor at the moment here in the slot. Navneet needed no second invitation for that one, and that has gone flying into the night sky for six. So Navneet finally finding form and momentum at just the right time of the batting innings for NAMO United, and that will be a good sign. He's got back-to-back big hits in back-to-back overs. Oh, he's picked that nicely. That's a cheeky shot. He finds the gap, and that is gone for four as well. Beautiful shot. This is improvisation at its finest. Here he goes. Beautifully picked it. Saw the ball keeping low. Changed the bat position at the last moment and hits it fine enough to find that boundary on fine leg. So now Navdeep also getting a move on, and that will only mean good things for Ayush on the other end. Be happy that Navdeep has taken over the burden of his scoring at the moment. He's moved on to 25 now, Navdeep, with 10 runs in the last 3 balls. This over has given a timely jolt and a timely boost to the scoring rate in overall as well. Currently on 9.25 at the moment. Oh, once again was going for the big shot. Misses it completely. So 10 overs gone. 91 for 2 Namo United. And it'll be time for drinks. So we are back after the drinks break. It's a pretty promising position for Namo United. despite a slowdown in their scoring rate in the last 7 overs, but they will fancy their chances to get a pretty formidable score because they're currently on 91. A similar scoring rate will get them to that 180 total. However, they will want to get that score anyway closer to that 200 mark because the way they started, it felt like 200 was a mere formality. But now, with things brought back rather nicely on the bowling side, let's see how the second half of this first innings unfurls. We have Saurabh who will bowl out 30 runs in his 3 overs. Ayush on strike. He's picked that one nicely, and that is gone to the boundary for 4. So that is a brilliant start to the second half from NAMO United. First ball of the 11th over. Sat up very, very nicely for Ayush, who once again picked his spot with unerring accuracy. Beautiful shot indeed. He moves on to 47 of 27. Boy, he's looked good out there in the middle, has Ayush. Here is Saurabh once again bowling to Ayush. Plays it rather nicely down the ground, but won't get any run for it. So Ayush to continue. Plays that one down the ground. Will be a single. Takes him to 48. And you can see the towel coming into play. We are just almost, we're halfway through the 11th over, so dew again will be a very, very important factor. Navdeep going for that big hoik, got the underside of the bat, will scamper across for 2. So 7 runs of the first 4 balls, 2 more balls to go. Navdeep will be on strike. He's on 27 of 28. He's found a second gear in the last few overs. Got a couple of good hits. Trying to be cheeky on that occasion, but will not get any run for it. Saurabh to bowl last ball of his spell. Navdeep on strike. Down the ground, the fielder at long off will gather, so that'll be a single. So that is the end of Saurabh's spell. He finishes with none for 38 in his 4 overs. NAMO United at the end of 11 are 99 for 2. So 9 overs to go. 10 runs and over from here will lead NAMO United to closer to that target that they're looking for. Here is Ayush. Navdeep confidently plays that forward push. No run. So Navdeep to continue. Oh, he's picked that nicely. But there is field. Oh, there's protection out there at deep square leg. A little stumble, but he avoids any drastic damage. Will keep it down to a single. Again, that ball keeping just a tad low. Good fielding effort there. Could have easily tumbled over for a boundary, but he did not. Good balance and good control over himself to avoid that from happening. Ayush plays that off his back foot. That'll be another single. Oh no, they're coming back for two. That's very well run. And that is 50. Or is it? And that is 50 indeed for Ayush. And a well deserved 50 for the innings that he's played. Excellent bowling. And Tejas here. Oh, that's well bowled. That is very well bowled indeed. Sent back. Again, making use of that low bounce and taking that into his favor here is the bowler Tejas. But let's talk a little bit about Ayush at the moment. He's been exceptional from the moment he walked out to bat. Played shots all across the ground, be it the flicks, be it the hoiks, be it the drives, the lofted drives. He's found a solution to each and every problem, and he has had an answer for every ball that had been thrown at him. He will be looking for more at the moment. He's played that one fine. He's dapped that to third man. That is racing away to the fence, and it reaches the boundary. It's another excellent shot. Tejas decides to go full, and Ayush opens the face of the bat expertly at the last moment to glide it past. The third man was up inside the circle, so that was a very, very smart shot to play. He's playing the field brilliantly at the moment, is Ayush. 7 runs off this over, one more ball to go. He's played that one nicely, a little bit of a misfield, will only be a single though. So 8 runs coming off this over, 12 overs gone, it's 107 for 2. Mohit introduced into the attack. Navdeep currently batting on 29 of 32. And Ayush also has slowed down his scoring abilities on 56 of 34. They need a couple of big hits here. Oh, Navdeep trying to be a little cheeky on that occasion, wasn't able to pull it off. More hit to Navdeep. Plays that one well, but straight to the fielder. No run. So only a single in the first three deliveries. Navdeep to face. Oh, I was looking for that full-blooded slog sweep. Gets absolutely no connection whatsoever. I was only wondering how far would that ball travel had he connected it. Plays that one off the back foot and this time finds the fielder again at deep cover. It'll only be a single, so just 2 runs off it. Off the 5 deliveries. It's a good first over from Mohit. And this has been once again a pretty damn good bowling effort after being taken to the cleaners for the first 3 overs. So that is the end of a pretty successful over for Mohit. 13 overs gone. It's 109 for 2. Tejas bowling to Navdeep. Bowls it on his body, but they will come across for a single. A little bit of a slip from the keeper meant that they eventually complete the one. So the 100 comes up. 110 for 2. So the bowling side, the NYM side, slowly and steadily putting the clamps on the batting, not allowing them to score rather freely, like it was the case before. Oh, that was slow, low, stopped a bit off the pitch. And Ayush once again not happy, but that looked like it was a legal delivery. Plays that nicely, but there is protection there. Good fielding. Stopped the boundary there for sure. Oh, Ayush also going for the slog sweep but missing. So you can clearly see that the balance of power has slowly shifted in favor of the bowling side. Despite only taking the 2 wickets, it is the pressure that they have generated from the series of quiet overs that they have bowled. Not enough boundaries for the batting side, and not frequently rotating the score and strike has also added. That's an edge, but will fall in one bounce to the fielder. That's a good throw. A direct hit would have made things interesting. So only 2 runs conceded of the 5 deliveries. Slowly and steadily, pressure is mounting on the batting side to force the issue and get a couple of big overs in quick succession. Plays it down the ground for a single. So another tight over by NYM. 14 overs gone. NAMO United are 112 for 2. Mohit brought back into the attack, bowled an excellent first over for just 2 runs, and he will be bowling to Navdeep. Plays that nice strong shot down the ground. Will only be a single. That will bring Ayush on strike. So Mohit now, Ayush taking his time. There's a slip in place for him. No run there. In the air, and that has gone all the way for 6. Big shot in the context of the innings and for Ayush as well. Very quickly getting into position and goes along with the full extension of the bat. Comfortably clears the boundary for 6. Moves on to 63 does Ayush. Follows it down with a push down towards long off for a single. Here is Navdeep. Oh, it's gone. He's taken the aerial route. It's in the air. Dropped. Should have been an easy chance. And he has dropped it. It did not look like the cleanest of connections from Navdeep there. He got into position, but the ball plopping out of his hands. He did the hard work. He covered the ground. He got himself into position to execute the catch. But the ball falling out of his hands at the last second. So Navdeep lives to survive. It's a single down the ground. So 10 runs coming off this over. 15 overs gone. It's 122 for 2. 5 more overs to go. NAMO United have two set batsmen on the crease, but they will now want those set batsmen to make full advantage of the conditions and get some big overs here. And Ayush starts off with a boundary. That's a brilliant shot of the back foot. Just the start required for the final 5 overs with the bat. Gets into position. Beautiful extension. Just short enough to get that full blooded in. And that's raced away to the fence in no time. So Ayush has now moved on to 69 of 44 deliveries. And the boundary will no doubt put pressure on Tejas. Goes for the reverse, huge appeal, and is given. So Tejas strikes, and the danger man Ayush departs. It is a brilliant knock, but the first instance of him trying to be creative has led to his downfall. He was looking so good playing the orthodox shots, and he is disappointed, and rightly so. Went across the line quickly. Here, let's have a look at that wicket once again. Premeditated strike, caught right in front of the stumps, and that was an easy decision for the umpire. But it has been a great knock from Ayush, who walks out for 69. However, the timing of the dismissal is not in favor of the batting side. They would have definitely wanted Ayush to stay on and continue, but he has to walk back. And NAMO United are now 3 down. 126 for 3, NAMO United. And it is Rohit who walks out to the middle. Plays it down the ground, just far enough to sneak in a single. Plays it down the ground. Long off will gather it for a single. Six runs and a wicket so far. Disciplined bowling from Tejas. Again, that's a good ball. Forcing the batsman to play a defensive shot in this stage of the game is definitely a commendable job. Here is Tejas to Rohit. Goes for the big shot. Couple of bounces will find the fielder. That's a good release and will only keep it down to a single. So the end of the 16th over, 7 runs and a wicket of it. NAMO United are 129 for 3. No run there. So good start from Irfan on his third over. He's bowled exceptionally well too, conceding just 7 runs of his 2 overs previously. And starts off with a dot ball in this instance. In the air and taken. That was a very, very good catch. Judging it under the lights, catches it to perfection, and the fourth wicket down for NAMO United, and it is Rohit who has to walk back. Rohit went for the slog sweep. He thought he had enough, was in the air for a very, very long time, and he judges that catch to perfection on mid the lights. As you can see from his expression out there, it was very difficult to identify the ball from those bright lights, but he did it. Very good catch. The intent was right from Rohit, going for the slog sweep. However, it was a slight misjudgment in his execution, and Rohit has to walk back to the pavilion. 129 for 4 now. Rishit, the new man, out in the middle. And Irfan has got the wicket that his bowling has so richly deserved. Plays it down the ground. That will only be a single. Irfan believes that shouldn't have been the case. So Irfan to Navdeep. Plays it off the back foot. Only for a single. So this is another tight over here. 2 runs of the 4 deliveries. Irfan to Rishit. Plays that nicely down the ground. They're looking for 2. But it's gone for 4. A much needed boundary once again. Just when it seemed like it was another tight over in favor of the bowling side, Rishit manages to sneak in a boundary. That will do the score a world of good. That's a wide, and that has gone to the boundary for 4 as well. So a freak incident has gifted 5 runs to the batting side. The keeper couldn't gather it, and the fielder at third man saw it very late. So that's a 5 more runs, and that's a bonus. A huge bonus in the context of this game. That will definitely help. It's in the air, straight down the ground. And it's gone. Another excellent catch from the fielder there at long off. The catching has been great for these past couple of wickets. Great, great catch. He thought he had enough. But that was a good catch. Was falling in front of him. Judged the catch to perfection. And NAMO United have now lost half their side. for 140. Seventeen overs gone, 140 for 5. 3 more overs to go, and safe to say that the responsibility of all the run scoring from here on falls on the shoulders of Navdeep. It's not been a fluent innings from Navdeep by any stretch, but he's battled on. Oh, he's gone! Knocked him over! And all of a sudden, NAMO United's innings is in free fall. Back to back wickets, and it is the set Navdeep who is to walk. Tried to go aggressive, misses the ball and the trajectory completely, and it hits the stumps. So 140 for 6 now. Hitting the top of off stump, the perfect delivery. So now all of a sudden, with 17 legal deliveries to go, NAMO United now have two completely new batsmen out there in the middle. And it is Rohit L who's walked out to the middle. Atharva gets a wicket in the first ball of his second over. Here he is bowling to Rohit. That ball's gone nowhere, but Rohit will get off the mark with a single. Here comes Atharva once again, but with Vikramjit on strike. Ballooned that into the air, but thankfully for him, there were no fielders out there. Sent back, thinking of going for the second run. Swing and a miss here from Rohit. So all of a sudden, NYM find themselves in a rather perfect situation here. With two new batsmen out there, they can manufacture whatever they want at this point. Just bowl all these tight overs and make sure that they score below 160. And that will be a huge feather in the cap for this bowling attack. Plays it down the ground. Just a single though. So NYM won't mind this at all. They will be pleased with how things have been going out there in the middle for them for the past half an hour or so. They've managed to bring that scoring rate down comfortably. They've managed to have a dominant say in the second half of this innings with some tremendous bowling efforts from all the bowlers in their attack. Here is Atharva. He's played that well, and that's taken. So another wicket. So Atharva gets 2 wickets in this over. It has been an excellent over for the bowling side. Just given away 3 runs and have taken 2 wickets in the process as well. So 18 overs gone. It's 143 for 7. Nice ball. No connection whatsoever from Vikramjit, and that is a good catch from the fielder at mid-on, who was inside the circle for this very shot. So further trouble here for NAMO United. Siddharth is the new batsman out there. 2 more overs to go. They only have 3 wickets in hand, and obviously now the target will definitely be to push that score to 160. Make sure that it is the target that they set for the batting side, for the bowling side, as they come out to bat in the second innings. Make no mistake, this has been a phenomenal bowling performance from NVM. They were 91 after 10 overs. They've only conceded 52 runs in the next 8 overs and have taken bucket loads of wickets. They've taken 5 wickets in the process, 52 for 5 in the last 8 overs that they have bowled. This is kudos to the bowling attack, a phenomenal job indeed. Rohit takes the aerial route, charges down the front foot, but will only be a single. In fact, they're looking for 2 and they will get 2. Again, a little bit of casualty coming into that fielding side, which gives away a second run and brings Rohit back on strike again. Takes the aerial route, and that is a brilliant catch once again. Goodness gracious me, that is an excellent catch. And that is the fall of the 8th wicket. Siddharth can't believe it at all, and neither can we, because that is a phenomenal running catch. He had to cover a whole lot of ground because Siddharth hit this dead straight. He got it perfectly out the middle of the bat, straight. But that is an excellent running catch. Judges the boundary rope to perfection, and his fellow teammates applaud the effort, and rightly so. This is an excellent fielding effort. And that is 8 down now. So NAMO United in all sorts of trouble, and their innings ending with a whimper with the way things stand. 146 for 8, and it is Tosif who comes out to the middle. Lays it down the ground for a single. That will get Tosif off the mark. So Mohit also among the wickets. He's bowled well too. 15 for 1. 2 balls left for his third over. Oh, that was a close call. They will sneak a run. Potential stumping chance. The keeper knows it. It was unfortunate there. So 5 balls in, he's given away just 5 runs and a wicket. Here he is once again. Straight down the ground. This time it goes for 4. Great shot from Tosif. Stands and delivers straight over the bowler's head. One bounce into the rope for 4. So he ends the 19th over with a boundary. The 150 comes up for NAMO United. It's 152 for 8. One more over to go. So last over, and Atharva has been given the responsibility of bowling that over with Rohit on strike for the batting side. In the end, just short. They will come for a single. So that score moves on to 153 for 8. That will bring Tosif on strike against Atharva. Oh, he's given the charge. That is gone all the way for 6. Tosif turning the heat on. And that is a beautiful stroke. Comes down the ground, gives the bowler the charge, connects sweetly off the middle of the bat, and that has soared into the night sky for a huge 6. And he knew it from the moment he hit the bat. Look at the confidence in his stride there. Tosif 11 of 3, and he still has 4 more deliveries to go. Oh, he was looking for the big shot once again, and he's gone. That's a run out. So the bowler, Atharva, finally gets his lick back. Was nowhere near that. Set off, takes his time, aims for the stumps, and he hits it. Great accuracy. So Tosif has to walk. The 9th wicket falls down for NAMO United, and it's 159 for 9. So Rohit to face takes the aerial route, will only be a single. So that will bring the number 11 batsman Santosh on strike. Oh, he's, and in fact, that is the final wicket. So Rohit walks, and NAMO United have been bowled out for 159. It's a brilliant bowling performance from NYM to restrict that total. They were going great guns at the moment. NAMO United were batting like a dream, led by Ayush. But a phenomenal effort with the ball from all the bowlers from NYM means that the target that they will have to chase is 160. We will be back with the run chase shortly. and we are all in readiness for the run chase. The target for NYM is 160 with an initial asking rate of 8 runs and over. Tejas and Rohan, their opening batsmen, out there in the middle, with Tejas the one to take strike and kickstart the proceedings with the bat. Meanwhile, Rohit is the one entrusted with the opening over of the second innings. While on the face of it, 160 does look like an eminently gettable target, stranger things have happened in this game of glorious uncertainties that we call cricket. And it all depends on the start that NAMO United get with the ball. The onus will well and truly be on NYM to make sure that they have an aggressive start, make sure that they do not lose too many wickets in the first 6 overs, and set a platform for themselves to have a genuine and realistic go at the target. So here is Rohit, first ball of the second innings, and he starts off with a ball that is well wide. So bonus runs of the very first ball of the innings, and Rohit will have to bowl that one again. 2 runs coming off that ball. So already 2 runs off the target, and no deliveries have been bowled from a legal perspective. Here is Rohit now bowling to Rohan. That's a much better delivery, and Rohan will get off the mark, and the first legal delivery of the innings, and that will make Rohit feel much better. That was a much better ball. We'll have to continue to keep it consistently in that same area if he wants to cause problems to the batsman on a much more consistent basis. Here he comes to Tejas. Oh, that's a huge appeal for LBW. And the umpire says no. On first glance, it does look that it would go on to miss the stumps. So that is indeed a pretty good call from the umpire there. Tejas fortunate in this particular instance. So after that wide, Rohit has bowled 2 good deliveries on the bounce, and that will do a world of good to his momentum. Here he comes once again. Oh, that's a wide, just down the leg side. There was not much wrong with this delivery, mind you. He bowled it well. He bowled it decently enough as well, but it is that late movement that took it away from the leg side, and that will have to bowl that one again. He won't mind this delivery. He's getting late movement off the pitch. He'll not mind that in the slightest. This time a little straighter. He's played that off his pads, but there is protection out there. Deep square leg will gather, and it'll be a single. Here is Rohit now to bowl to Rohan. Plays it off his pads. Again will only be a single. It's called as leg buys probably. Need to wait and see. Yes, it is called leg buys. So despite the couple of wides he's bowled, it's still been a pretty decent over. Been 6 runs off it. No boundary. So he will look to continue this and he will hope to finish the over strongly and not concede a boundary in the remaining 2 balls of the over. Here he comes bowling to Tejas. It's close. This time the umpire says no wide, so that'll be a dot ball. That clipped something, most probably bad. So Rohit obviously making good use of those conditions that are there on offer, getting late movement of the pitch that nip in because of the chilly conditions. Here he comes bowling to Tejas once again. Straight down the ground, but well gathered. So it's a decent first over from Rohit despite the extras. The end of the first over, NYM a 6 for no loss. Siddharth given the new ball from the other end. And he will be bowling to Rohan. Called a wide, but that's a great gather from the keeper. Brilliant gather this. Let's have a look at that. Yeah, that was wide, but that's an excellent gather by the keeper. Oh, that's an edge, and that's a brilliant catch. Goodness gracious me, that is sensational. What an absolute spellbinding catch that is from the fielder at third man. That ball was flying. It had taken the thick outside edge and was flying past that fielder until he decided to take matters into his own hands, quite literally. Let's have a look at that again. He gave it the almighty swing. And look at that. Brilliant. Excellent catch that. And NYM lose their first wicket. And it is Rohan who has to go. What a fielding effort that is. An absolute worldie. Take a bow, sir. 7 for 1, NYM. And it is Jay who walks out to the middle. So Jay walks out to the middle. Here is Siddharth bowling to Jay. Oh, he was trying to play the uppercut. No run. Siddharth bowling with more confidence after each and every delivery. Oh, that's four. That's any close, and that has gone to the boundary for 4. But that did not come without a share of risks. Again, another edge, and again, no, that was comfortably wide of the fielder. But that was a very, very well directed bouncer from Siddharth. It'd be very unfortunate that that ball has travelled to the fence for 4, but he will take confidence in the fact that he managed to ruffle the feathers of the batsman on that particular occasion. That's being called a wide after the boundary. Here he is once again. Oh, that's a lovely delivery, cutting the batsman in half. So, despite the extras, it is turning out to be a pretty good over. Here he comes once again. Another good delivery, finds the fielder. This is nice, disciplined bowling here from Siddharth. Oh, he's knocked him over. 2 wickets in the over. Siddharth is on a roll. And NYM lose their second wicket. What a brilliant way to end this over. Beautiful delivery, and he has bowled a brilliant over, notwithstanding the extras. He's bowled it fast, he's bowled it furious. and he has managed to rattle the batsman, and the two wickets are witness to an excellent over from Siddharth. Bowls it full, late movement, a little bit of an inside edge as well, and that is clattered into middle stump. And boy, is Siddharth pumped. Rock back those stumps, and he is on cloud nine. At the end of 12, 2 overs, NYM are 12 for 2. And it is Irfan who has walked out to the middle. That will bring Rohit to continue from the other end, give away 5 in his first over. Oh, that's a brilliant length, but that's edged only for a single. That was a chance. That was a chance indeed. A little bit of a warning from the umpire to not cross the danger area. So a little bit of a field change here. Here is Irfan. Oh, that's late movement. Again, the late movement being the cause of trouble for the batsman. Is that nicely? Races away to the boundary, and a much needed boundary here. So Irfan gets off the mark. It's a brilliant shot, opening the face of the bat and playing it in that gap between the two fielders. So here comes Rohit to Irfan. After that boundary, Irfan will be feeling a little confident because he's got off the mark in style. He's played it down the ground, but to the fielder at mid off, no run. So Rohit to continue to bowl to Irfan. He'll have to bowl that one again. Stopped in the middle of his run up. Has Rohit. Lets that go, and that's been called a wide. Again, it's that late movement that it's pushed it wide outside that tram line on the offside. Opens the face of the bat once again, but this time it'll only be a single. Gone fine, but again there will be only a single. The over's still going on. 7 ball over so far. So wide, make that an 8 ball over. Unusually long over this. Played that well. Only for a single, so that will finally bring the end to this over. 3 overs gone. 23 for 2. Siddharth back into the attack. wide, and that is gone for four as well. So not the good start that Siddharth was hoping for to carry in this over. Well, that well wide, and he's gone fine enough to beat that field at four as well. That's a perfect start for the over as far as NYM are concerned. Played it off his leg side, will scamper across for a quick single. Oh, he's picked that one beautifully. What a sound that made from the bat. Sweet connection. Short, fast, but Tejas was up for it in a flash. Picks the bones out of that, and that's raced away to the fence in absolutely double quick time. So slowly, the run's now coming for the NYM. Crunching sound of the middle of the blade as it races away to the fence for four. Here is Siddharth bowling to Tejas. That's a desperate attempt, but they will get a single, so that's another wide. So this is another big over, 12 runs of it, and only two legal deliveries so far. Oh, he's picked that one beautifully beyond the fielder, and that's gone for four. It's turning out to be a massive over for NYM. Easy pickings for the batsman there. Nice length, comfortable height for the batsman. Gets into position and easily picks it for four. So that is a lovely shot. Irfan getting into the thick of things now. He's got two boundaries in quick succession. And 16 runs coming off the over so far. In the gap, only for a single though. — 17 runs and still two more deliveries to go. Plays it down the ground, no run. So here is Siddharth bowling to Tejas. Pick that, but straight to the fielder, no run. So that is the end of the fourth over. Pretty successful over for NYM. 4 overs gone, 40 for 2. Rohit K brought into the attack. 4 overs gone. NYM are 40 for the loss of 2 wickets. That 17 run over has ensured that they are marginally in front of the early exchanges at the moment. Starts off with a similar length down the leg side. Comfortably gather across for a single. Here he comes, Rohit to Tejas. Tejas plays that beautifully between the two fielders, and that races away to the fence for four. Opens the face of the bat at the perfect opportunity and threads the needle between those two fielders. It was a very, very small gap, but he beat that and pierced that with ease. Beautiful timing. Played that down the ground, and that'll be a quick single. Down the ground again, but oh, that's straight to the fielder. Nicely played, but this time is fielded. Gets a hand to it to avoid it going from the boundary. We have Avi Ayush to bowl the last over of the power play. 5 overs gone. NYM are 47 for 2 at the moment. They need 113 runs to win from 15 overs. Keeper will come up to the stumps. Here is Ayush bowling to Irfan. Called a wide straight away. Bowl that one again. Called a wide again, so back to back wides from Ayush. Cuts. And Misfield will take it to the boundary for four. That's a poor Misfield. He had to do better there in that instinct. Needed it to go to the. Had to gather that. It was a straightforward gather. But he fumbles, and that has gone to the fence for four. No run there. And that has been dropped. What looked to be a straightforward chance has been grasped. Looking for the big shot. Fielder tried to get underneath it. Plays that well. Beaten the gap, and that is gone away to the fence for another boundary. So once again, they're picking the right over, and that's another expensive over so far. 11 coming off it. So both batsmen now getting into the groove, getting into the comfort zone, and are finding the boundary at regular intervals. There it is. Oh, that was an edge. On another day, that would have easily gone on to clatter into the stumps. But not today. Will settle for a single. Called a wide. It's called buys, I beg your pardon. Missed everything. Missed the stumps, missed the bat, missed the keeper. So 12 runs off the over. One more ball to go is the last ball of the power play. Irfan on strike against Ayush. Plays it gently down the ground to end the power play. So it's 6 overs gone. NYM chasing 160 or 59 for 2. They still need 101 more to win of the 14 overs required. But the required run rate is well under control. It's at 7.21. It started off at 8 and they've brought it down rather comfortably because they are currently going at almost 10 and over, 9.83 to be precise. Yogesh is the new bowler introduced into the bowling attack. So Tejas finds the gap, but there is protection out there in the deep, so will only be a single. So the target now 100. Both Irfan and Tejas looking good at the moment. Irfan currently on 19 of 16, Tejas on 16 of 13. Called a wide, sent back by his partner. Tejas was eager for that single, but in the end, it was the right call by the striker. That will be called leg by, and it will be a single. So they're moving along gently. 62 for 2, the score now. Yogesh bowling to Tejas. Tejas tries to give him the charge. Only keep it down to a single. So 4 runs coming of the three balls bowled so far. So here comes Yogesh bowling to Irfan. That's a full toss, but has found the gap, and the full toss has been given the treatment. It's arguably the most easiest ball that Irfan would have faced. Comfortably gets under it and finds the gap at extra cover for another boundary. Here is Yogesh bowling to Irfan once again. He cuts. There is protection out there in the deep. Will be a single. 9 runs coming of this over. One more ball to go. Plays it down the ground. The fielder at long on will gather. Will only be a single. That brings us to the end of the 7th over. NYM currently in a good position at 69 for 2. Here is the boundary in that previous over, a low full toss, and it was thoroughly dealt with by Irfan. reaches the boundary in rapid time. Absolutely no chance for that fielder there. Avish is the bowler who's been brought back into the attack. His first over went for 11, and he's bowling to Tejas, who's currently on 18 or 15 deliveries. A Swirlock sweep. The big appeal for LBW. The umpire says not out. Impact probably outside the line. Tejas was going for that full-blooded lock sweep on one knee. Probably the impact was the thing that saved him on this particular instance. Plays it down the ground for a single. That will bring Irfan back on strike. He's currently batting on 24 of 19 deliveries. So Ayush bowling around the wicket to the left-hander. Plays it comfortably square of the wicket on the leg side for a single. Here is Ayush bowling to Tejas now. Plays it. But there is protection out there, so that will be a single. Edged, and that is a misfield, a slip. But there will be no run taken. Let's hope that that fielder at slip is all right. Still not gotten up, and he's finally up on his feet. Good tight over this. Just 3 runs conceded. Hope is that he ends the over strongly too. Lays it down the ground. Looking for two. Chancing the arm of the fielder, and they'll get it rather comfortably. So that's good running between the wickets. End of 8 overs. The NYM are 74 for 2. Rishit is the new bowler. in the attack, left arm, and he will be bowling against Tejas, who's on 20 of 18 at the moment. Played that down the ground strongly. That's a good hand by Rishit. Because that could have gone for four. Keeps it down to only a single. Plays that again down the ground. So that will be another single. They're coming back for two. And they will get two. Oh no, they won't. A slip from Tejas means that they will have to settle only for a single. Here is Tejas facing Rishit. So down the ground, Rishit gathers. So it's a dot ball. So it's been 1.5 tight overs now. Rishit will hope that this over does not bring a boundary come like the previous one. Oh, just when I said it. Oh, he's taken. That's out. And the partnership is broken. It was a full toss. They just decided to give it the treatment, but he did not catch it cleanly. And that is the end of him. There, it's a full toss. They just was looking to take full advantage of it, but gives it straight down to the throat of the fielder long on. 76 for 3 and it's time for drinks. Looks like the fielder who took the catch is in a little bit of discomfort. We hope that he is all right. And we have Saurabh, who is the new batter, walking out to the middle. 76 for 3. Is this the way back into the contest for NAMO United? 84 runs required in the remaining 11.2 overs. Rishit bowling to Saurabh now, the new batsman. Is trying to go for that flashy cut on the very first ball, but he misses. This is another excellent over. Just 2 runs and a wicket conceded. One more ball to go. And he's gone. That is another wicket to fall. And Rishit, in the space of an over or in the space of three balls, has turned the contest right on its head. Saurabh goes for a duck. It's 76 for 4. 9 overs gone. There, he bowled it straight into the stumps. Saurabh went for the big heave, misses it completely, and the stumps have gone for a walk. So, from a position of strength now, NYM are stuttering. Meanwhile, NAMO United have suddenly bounced back into this contest. And they are now well and truly in it. What a phenomenal over that was from Rishit. So Rishit bowling a fantastic over, the previous one, 2 runs and 2 wickets in that over. And now it is back-to-back overs that has seen no boundaries for the NYM. And they've also given away 2 wickets in that space. Mohit is the new batsman out there. Irfan plays it down the ground for Ayush for a dot ball. So now they can turn on the pressure and turn on the screws for the batting side. NAMO United, 2 more tight overs, and all of a sudden it'll be a different complexion to the game. Plays it down the ground to Irfan, and that will only be a single. Plays it, clips his pads, and goes behind, but no run because there's absolutely no power after ball hitting pad. So the ball also keeping a bit slow and low, and the towels coming into effect. The amount of dew that is there on the outfield. It's in the air and it's an appeal, but it is off the pad. So Mohit also living dangerously, and we are on the cusp of seeing 3 back-to-back brilliant overs from the bowling side. 4, 2, and now 1, and still 2 more balls to go. Make that 2 runs in this over. Plays it down the ground, long off for a single. And for the first time since the first over, the required run rate has crept over 8, which was the initial rate at the start of the run chase. Currently, it make it all the more difficult given the number of wickets that they have lost quickly. Here is Ayush bowling to Irfan. Plays it down the ground. Only a single, so this is another excellent over. Just three coming off it. 10 overs gone. NYM are 79 for 4, and now it's time for drinks. That is the end of the drinks break. This game is tantalizingly poised at the halfway stage of the second innings. 81 runs required in the last 10 overs for NYM, who've suddenly lost their way after what was a pretty strong start with the bat. And it is Ayush, it's Rishit, I beg your pardon. Here's Irfan plays it late, but no run. So NAMO United continuing to build on and pile on the pressure on the batting side, just not given an inch to the batting side here. And it is Rishit who will continue bowling his second over. He had a dream first over, picking up two wickets and giving away just two runs. That's a good ball once again. It's another dot ball. Again, playing down the ground, but this time will only be a single. So once again, this is another tight over. Very well bowled, I must say, from NAMO United. 80 runs gone, 80 more required, 6 wickets in hand. Rishit to bowl to Mohit now. So one of 3 deliveries. Played that one well. Is it enough for 2? No, it isn't. It will only be another single. Irfan currently batting on 31 of 29. He currently could probably be the difference between winning and losing for the NYM. But they need boundaries and they need them fast. Another dot ball, as I say, the need for boundaries is increasing. This is another excellent over. Just 2 runs off it. Still one more ball to go. Full toss, but again straight to the fielder. So that'll be another single. So another tight over. And NYM after 11 overs are 82 for 4. Tosif has been introduced into the attack. And he also will be hoping to continue the brilliant work that has been put forward by the bowlers before him. So there's a different sort of responsibility for a new bowler who's been introduced into the attack at a stage where his team are currently having the upper hand. If he bowls a great over, it will continue to build up the pressure to a level where the batting side will be forced to go for undue risks. But a big over here could once again change the complexion of the game. So this is still a game of very fine margins. Here comes Tosif. Starts off nicely. Only a single. Mohit on strike. Is that well? There is protection. So one, just a one. Oh, misfield. We'll give them a second. Keeper could have done much better there. A change of bat for Irfan. Maybe the change of bat will bring about a change of fortunes for the NYM. At this juncture of the contest, they seem to be behind the 8 ball, but all it would need is a couple of deliveries or maybe a couple of overs and they would be right back in it. Oh, that was very close to the stumps. And Josep's body language makes it very evident. Oh, yes, that was very close to the stumps indeed. Rohit plays it down the ground, and that will be a single only. In another tight over here for NAMO United. And Tosif again will be hoping to finish strong. Is that fine? And that is gone to the fence. That is a desperately needed and a much needed boundary for NYM. Is coming close to 4 overs without a boundary for the batting side, and Irfan has finally got one. Picks his spot, premeditated, and finds the gap, that vacant space in the ground for four. Oh, that's a brilliant Yorker to finish the over. So that is the end of 12. 90 for 4, NYM. Ishit back into the attack again. What can he conjure up here? Oh, he's gone! No, that was very close indeed. It looked to the naked eye that he was gone, but he manages to survive. He's beaten the stumps. Rishit is bowling beautifully in this game so far, arguably been the best bowler of the match. He's posed a lot of difficult questions to the batsmen, and two of them have not been able to answer that. And those are the wickets that he's taken. So Mohit picks that one well, and he's picked that up brilliantly for six. So that is another much needed boundary. Picks his spot beautifully, shot aside, and that has gone all the way for six. They need more of those. It's a beauty of a delivery after conceding a six, making him play, forcing the batsman to play the shot, beating him on the outside edge. That was a good grab by the wicketkeeper. Down the ground, no run. Is it nice and square? And that's gone to the boundary as well. That will bring up the 100 for NYM. Beautifully cut. Plays the field to perfection, finds that gap, and beats away to the fence for 4. The 100 comes up for NYM. 60 more required. 10 runs coming off this over. Down the ground, that'll be a dot. So that's the end of the 13th over. NYM 100 for 4. Rohit K is back into the attack. Bowled just a 1 over, and he went for 7 only. He would want to continue to put on the pressure after a previous over that seen his side go for a 6 and for a 4, and reducing the pressure immensely over NYM with the bat. Anyway, here is Irfan. Here comes Rohit to Irfan. He's played that well. He's played that one bounce over the rope for 4. So starting the over with a bang is Irfan. Picked the short pitch delivery to perfection and gets into position very quickly indeed, and makes the full extension as it races away to the fence for 4. So the target slowly being whittled down at the moment. 56 needed of 41. Oh, he's knocked him over. The perfect response. And Irfan has to walk back. And that has brought half the side down for NYM. That ball kept low. Irfan was trying to go for the jugular once again, but the low bounce deceived him and saw his stumps knocked out. So he'll have to walk back. Knocked him over, all ends up. 104 for 5. The target for NYM still 56 away. And it is Ninad who's walked out to bat. In the air, a shot of the bowler. Will come back for a second. No, they won't. Will only be a one. After a prolonged absence, finally we'll have resumption of cricketing action. Plays it nicely, and that's gone for another four. It's a brilliant shot, opening the face of the bat at the last moment. And there was a big enough gap between those two fielders to slide it past there for a boundary. 109 for 5. So 9 runs coming off this over, albeit a wicket with it as well. Here is Mohit. Plays it nicely this time towards the leg side. Looking for 2. And gets it rather comfortably in the end. The score now 111 for 5. Still 49 required. Plays it down the ground. No run whatsoever. 11 runs coming off it, and that is the end of the 14th over. It's 111 for 5. So Santosh introduced into the bowling attack. 6 overs, 49 runs needed for NYM. 5 wickets in hand. Mohit and Ninad, the two batsmen out there in the middle. Can the batting side reach the target, or will the bowling side get the remaining 5 wickets that is needed for a famous victory? Plays it down the ground for a single. So this is something that the Namo United players won't mind. They won't mind the singles, they won't mind the couples here and there. However, as long as the scoring rate is completely in check and if they do not allow NYM to bat freely like they do, we are in for a treat come the final over of the game. So continuous extras and then a couple of runs, further reducing the pressure on the batting side. So Santosh will have to find his bearings quickly, or else it could be a long day for his side. Plays it nicely this time towards deep extra cover for a single. Six runs coming of the first three balls of this over. Here comes Santosh once again, this time bowling to Mohit. Played down the ground, will only get a single. Are they looking for two? You bet they are, and they make it rather comfortably in the end. Oh, in fact, they are coming for three. Excellent anticipation and awareness from both the batsmen to sneak in a third run. And that is probably the last thing they wanted at this juncture. Some words exchanged there, not sure what is the delay about. Change of balls, perhaps? Not really sure. The captains, the umpires all have suddenly abruptly stopped play. No idea what's going on. finally we will be back for cricketing action after what was an age to resume the contest. Ninad bowling facing Santosh at the moment. Here they come. Oh, that's a swing and a miss, but that is gone fine. And that is finding its way, but well collected and dropped. So only 2 runs taken. But again, that brings them closer to the target. 38 more needed now from 31 deliveries. Here is Ninad facing Santosh now. He's played that well. That's a misfield. Does it have the legs to travel to the boundary? You bet it does. And that is gone to the rope for 4. It's a brilliant push to the bro. And that will find its way. So 126 the score. The end of the 15th over. 34 required of the final 5. 5 overs to go. 34 required. Can the NYM get the victory they need? Tosif has been introduced back into the bowling attack. 8 runs of his over that he bowled. What can Tosif conjure up in this particular spell? It's a very crucial time in the game. Not a lot to separate the two sides. 34 required. Plays it down the ground, but they'll come back, they'll scamper across for that quick single, and they will get it. So 33 required of 29. Tosif to Ninad now. It's a beautiful delivery, and he gets the wicket. So it's wicket number 6 that falls for NYM. It's a full Yorker length delivery. You miss, I hit, and he hits the stumps. There, full, little bit of late turn, and he deceives the batsman. All ends up, cleans him up with a peach. So six down now. The NYM 127 for six. The new batsman out there is Atharva. 33 required of 28, but now only 4 wickets in hands. They are now approaching the lower middle order and the tail. NYM Tosif will hope that he gets probably another wicket in this over. Oh, that's a good ball. Darted it in quickly. Oh, he's found it fine. It's running away to the fence. And it's gone to the fence for 4. So the boundary has found its way. They still get a boundary here. It's an inside edge, but they don't matter. They'll take it however they come. The target now under 30. 29 required of 26. This is as close as it gets. Yeah, the wicketkeeper coming to Tosif and giving him a few words, probably telling him where to bowl. Played that down the ground. They will come for one. That's a direct hit. Oh, that would have been dreadfully close. That was whiskers away from hitting the stumps. Had that been a direct hit, it would have been very interesting to see what the decision would have been. One more run added to the total. 28 required from 25 now. Played it down the ground. There is a fielder there, so it'll only be a single. So 7 runs coming off it. 133 for 6. 27 required of 24. This is anybody's game at the moment. 4 wickets to win for NAMO United. 27 runs needed for NYM. And this match is finely balanced. You just cannot pick a side at this moment in this contest, and that is exactly an indicator of a thriller. And this, by all intents and purposes, is an absolute thriller of a contest that we've had. Rishit comes back into the attack. He's been phenomenal as well. 3 overs, 2 for 15. He will be bowling out. This could be a very, very crucial over in the context of the game. I personally believe that this over could either make or break the NAMO United chances of winning this game. Same can be said for NYM as well. If they manage to get, say, 10 or 12 runs of this over, that'll be a defining. And oh, that's a no ball. That is a no ball. That's a misfield too. That's a no ball. Two bounces. Rishit cannot believe it, and his teammates cannot believe it. So 2 runs and a free hit to boot. The dew making its presence felt at probably the worst time for NAMO United. And it's a free hit as well. That's in the air. It's gone long. It's gone high and it's gone for 6. And like I said, this is the over that could have made or break the contest. And so far it looks like the batting side have the advantage. It's a no ball and then a 6 to follow. Oh, what a turn of events this has been. In the slot, goes down on one knee and bang into the night sky for 6. Talk about making full advantage of the free hit. Plays it down the ground for a single. He knows that the job is almost done. So very smart cricket this, taking a single after a boundary. Rishit to continue to Mohit now. Oh, that's a big appeal, but no, they will sneak that single and it's a leg by given by the umpire. So 17 required of 20 now. 10 runs of this over. Can Rishit still conjure some magic? He has 2 more deliveries left. Oh, that's a huge appeal and it's given. That was plumb in front. Low bounce. And he's caught him right in front of the stumps, and the umpire had no hesitation in raising his finger. That is the 7th wicket gone. And Rishit picks up his 3rd. This game's still alive. This game's still alive and kicking. 17 required of 19. And it is Kunal who's walked out to the middle. Let's have a look at that dismissal once again. That ball kept low, trying to go for that, and that was plumb in front. Dead straight. Kunal facing Rishit. It's a full toss. Couldn't get hold of it. They're looking for two. They're coming for two, and they get it. So 12 runs of the over. And at the end of 17 overs, NYM 145 for 7. 15 needed of 18. So Ayush to bowl his final over at a crucial stage of the contest. 15 required of 18. Here comes Ayush bowling to Mohit, who's on 27 at the moment. Dot ball. Dot ball crucial. Picked it. And he's dropped it. He's gone for 4 as well. And when it felt, oh, it was a drop catch, and he left it to go to the boundary as well. The worst possible mistake to make at this point. Lays it down the ground for a single now. Brings it down to 10 runs needed of 15. Tries to play it fine, will get a single though. here is Ayush bowling to Mohit. Plays it down the ground. That'll be another quick single. Another single taken. Let's look for another one. No, says the non-striker. So keep it down to a single. So the end of 18 overs, the score for NYM is 153 for 7. 7 runs needed from 12 deliveries, but only 3 wickets in hand. So Deepak bowling his first over of the match. Lays it down the ground. There is protection, so will only be a single. Lays it down the ground once again. So that'll be another single. So NYM doing this the smart way, not going for the glory shot, playing it sensibly. Plays that one well, and that is gone to the boundary for 4. And that has leveled the scores for NYM. The shot in position quickly and swipes it across mid wicket for 4. The fielder tried to give chase, but he was beaten comfortably. The scores level, just 1 run needed of 9. Wide, and what an anticlimactic way to finish the game. It is the end of the contest. NYM emerged victorious by 3 wickets. And you have to say that NAMO United fell a little behind of the 8 ball after that poor middle phase and the death. Final result in the match between NYM and NAMO United in this Winter Premier League is that NYM have defeated NAMO United by 3 wickets. It has been a thrilling encounter between the suicides, and at the end, NVM with a composed and intelligent batting performance have emerged victorious. I've been Delvin along with cameraman Satish and operator Fayaz. This is me wishing you good night. See you for another day of hardcore cricketing action tomorrow.